Hi. Hey. It's Skycatlive. What's up, guys? It's 4:53 in the afternoon on a Monday. It's 11:24:25, and it's 68 degrees outside, as you can see on my clock on the wall there. And oops, sorry. Yep, there we go. And I am here to play some games. Now, I have been streaming for about 45 minutes, but I didn't start the video for whatever. I guess I recorded, but I tried to record, but I didn't hit the record button correctly. So here we are. I'm starting the video. I'm gonna drop it up the big face because I am streaming and live. So we're just gonna rush into it. Sorry for the kind of rushed beginning here. And I'm playing some 76, some Once Human, and some EVE Online. Trying to find the perfect 3 games to play. I want to live by the bridge. The bridge is a good run, and nobody can sneak up on you there. I'll run to the bridge, like directly to the bridge. Oh, hey, my first 25 million of the day. Let's go dock it. Nice.
Warp drive active.
First 25 mil. Oh yeah. So sorry guys, I thought I hit the record button, but I didn't. But yeah, you know, I'm doing pretty good. I walked for 4.5 miles today, and before it started raining. Yeah, you know, I'm doing pretty good. I was trying to pull it on my watch, but I can't find it, and it's fine. I'd rather just get to it. I walked 4.5 miles today, and I'm doing pretty good. My cat's in the house, and everything's going good. You know, it's a good day. I help my family today, and just doing a lot of good stuff. And I'm here to enjoy some Fallout, sort of autumnal winter vibe. You know, the music on Fallout is tip top, and I love 76, so we're gonna do some 76 today on high risk mode. And I thought I'd already done that intro, but I didn't hit the record button, and so now I have to do it all over again, and I'm sorry. But the good news is I haven't started yet. We're right on the start screen for Fallout 76 high risk. Let's see what channel I'm up under. Yeah, just chatting. Oh, what happened here? Oh, reload. Go. You say I'm offline. Why am I offline? No, I'm streaming. You're tripping. There we go. So we'll go commando. But I'm enjoying the music so much. I don't want to go in just yet. I like this fucking jazz stuff, slow jazz. Like Miles Davis stuff. Miles Davis. Nice, 30 mil worth of Bez. I'm just gonna sell it. 16, I'm sorry, it's 16 mil, but it's still really good money for 20 minutes. I'm gonna buy out this guy's buy order. Nice, I'm at 2.2 bill. And I have an LSI waiting for me back in Jita, but I don't want to go home. I've had this retriever for like a week. I'm doing really well, actually. This retriever has made me a lot of money, like 300 mil or something. Order Bez this time.
Warp drive active.
Wait, what? No. Okay, we're in, and the most I can lose is my initial starter pistol. We're gonna see if anybody's here, but I doubt it. But I mean, it is 5 p.m. prime time. If there's somebody here, it would be now, like between now and 7, now and 10, next 5 hours. Oh yeah, start combat rifle too, which is like really good start. There's no VATS in this, which I love. There's a pipe pistol, that's good. Wow, they gave me a lot of stuff. I have a lot of ammo. Oh, it's the daily. I should go do that on my main. Wait, I want to loot this before I run up the hill. Oh, there is VATS. I thought there wasn't VATS. Oh, there is VATS. Never mind. Then shit. Well, then I'll just do that. This is risky, what I'm doing. I may have just teleported into turrets. Wow, somebody built the exact same base that I used to build. Look, there is turrets and I've got to go. Go, 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 go. No, if I put down a base, they'll know where I am. That's not good. I didn't want to light up. Son of a bitch. If I log, nobody can kill me, and I'm going to. I'm going to go do the event. Oh god, I'm out. I need to go home. Put the light out. Are you loading? Yeah, you are. Gardner. That was it, huh? That was just the whole event? Yep. Oh, there we go. Oh, this one depleted. Okay. Free workbench crafting. All perks disabled. I thought VATS was off. VATS is off, but I'm allowed to VATS for some reason. Weird. I don't know. I have VATS. Oh, VATS is off for like PvP. Yeah, probably for PvP. VATS is off for combat. Okay, for like PvP combat. Oh, PvP rules. So, certain account rewards such as achievements, atomic shop items, and items cannot be earned. Select score challenges such as repeatables cannot be completed. Character progression on public worlds does not persist after the limited time of enemies. Ah, good. So start mining, and we will. No, VATS is off. It's not letting me VATS. It did for a minute there, but not anymore. I could have jacked that guy, but that's not why I'm here. No, there is no VATS. There's like VATS the first time you play, I think, but then it goes away. That's interesting. That's a log for the event, and now whoever that was isn't there anymore. I guess I can still cheat like this. Oh, fast travel is disabled. Well, then why did you zone me back here? Okay. The mode is interesting. I actually don't mind it. Oh, damn it.
Drive active. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
This is fun. I'm gonna live at the White Spring in a bunker. If it'll let me, I'm not even sure really.
warp drive active.
Very good. So if I put my survival tent down, I suppose it doesn't really matter because it's infinite ammo. I heard somebody run. Fuck was that? was this? I heard somebody run up as I was like messing with that weapon bench. Oh, was it this game? Might have been this game. Somebody passed by my base, maybe? No, I think it was 76 and someone saw me and ran. Wow, 76 has never felt like that before. Hi, kitty. Hi, kitty. Hi, kitty. You should sit on my lap. Yeah. Sit on my lap, kitty. Go down there. Yeah. There you go. Hi. Isn't it nice and warm? You should lie down. There you go. Be my lap, kitty. Busy doing work. Busy. Good kitty, good kitty. I love you. Isn't it nice and warm? Just chill out. Wow, this weapon looks awesome, actually. Oh, kitty. I love you. Circuit breaker uses cells? Fucking cells. 210. One of those was right. Nice. Okay, next comes this thing, which is shotgun rounds. Good kitty. Good kitty. I love you. What is this thing? It's 45. I actually don't remember. Plasma grenades. Hi, love. How are you? Should have a good day outside? Yeah? Beautiful kitty. I love you so much. The guns don't matter because I can always craft them. Yeah, so it's like kits don't matter. High risk is actually really cool. Just as usual, people are too dumb to understand what it is. Couldn't tell if he was a player or not. It scared me. It was a player. Level 311. Well, at least I put my thing down. Boy, you can't aim, huh? 0 caps because he got my caps, I guess. Yeah, my caps. Caps don't matter, huh? No. I love my kitty so much. Yes, I do. I love my beautiful kitty. I just tell her all the time. Yeah, I just tell you all the time, don't I? Every day, all day, I just tell you how much I love you, kitty. Someone's there. Why would someone be there? No, you can't fast travel in this. Wow, they made the water look way better than it used to. I love my kitty. I love my kitty. Are you happy, kitty? Yeah, I think you are happy, kitty. I'm gonna feed you dinner soon. Dinner soon, kitty. Does that make you even happier? I like this mode the best. This thing has 8 rounds. It's like an auto shotgun, but it looks like a double barrel. Check, check. Check, check. I can't sleep on this bed for whatever reason. It really looks like a bedroom, but you can't. This is so much better than Fallout 4. I'm having so much more fun. This is the real Fallout to me. I'm not going to listen to anybody else say it's 3 or 4 or Vegas. It's not. It's 76. Those are the progenitors. This is the only one that was worth a damn. Oh, food and water aren't a thing in this, I don't think. That's cool. That freezes them? Fucking awesome. Oh, sorry, kid, I didn't mean to startle you. Let me get something to drink since she's getting up. Ah, my legs are all stiff and ooh, look at all that. needs circuitry. I need to like search them all or something for circuitry. Okay. I'm gonna use subterfuge here. Wow, I'm gonna hide in my own shelter or whatever. But I mean, I can. Right now I can anyways until I have turrets. Then I can move it all. Back here behind this tree where they would never ever see it. Yep, right here I want to put a storage. Oh, sorry, what do they call that? A storage. Yeah. We will do storage 8 box. Storage. Oh, there we go. And this little popcorn thing back here. No, it's bright red. I would prefer the small supply crate. There we go. Now, they would never ever know. They could come in. They might know. I could put a different shelter entrance here. No, this is temporary. I'll put Wait, what's going on? Oh no! Okay, so we want to align. Okay, here we go. You ready? Fuck! I can't. They're gonna get it. How is this guy doing this? He's in a falcon or something. What? It is 6 o'clock. I'm not that surprised.
Warp drive active.
Say nothing. I don't want this guy fixating on me. He sucks too much dick already, I can see.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
One medics. 2 rataways. This is like Rust. This is like Rust if you play it right. It's like a Rust 76. This is Rust 76. Second. Hello? Okay. Okay. But Sorry about that, guy's got a phone call. Oh, you can fast travel to your base. They said there wasn't fast travel. I forgot to destroy the, RR store. The devs always leave you some way to get away from the shitheads. It's actually whether or not you're smart enough to take it. They won't tell you. Because they know it's counterproductive to the success of their... No, you can't VATS at all. Yeah, that's interesting. Wow. Hello? Okay, back. Sorry, I got a phone call. I like that these games don't log you out. None of these games log you out. And well, the 76 does, but I mean, getting back in isn't bad. You know, I think I want to get the Lupin the Third collection, including Castle Cagliostro. Let's go take a look at that. Lupin the Third. Lupin the Third. Castle Cagliostro. 157 gigs of all of the Lupin the Third. Wow, and I can do this too. I think I probably will. My F drive. I don't know how much is left on my F drive. I'll go look. $271, but it's enough for this. Yep. And I need a hard drive. No change. This will drag over. Cool. Where Winds Meet is doing pretty well right now, but I think it's a flash in the pan. And it's down too, so is Arc Raiders. Geometry Dash. Oh, look at all the bad games that these people play. Ooh, there's the first good game in like 20 games or something, except for Baldur's Gate 3. green stems or... fucking deck claw spawned on me. I love this sandbox, I will not lie. I think it's such a good sandbox. All this random crap happens all the time, and that's what I look for. GTA, Fallout, EVE Online. I just lost a ship in EVE, but I mean, I made 200 and some odd million with it. My miasmos isn't here. I will go back out with Adventure.
Drive active. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Just gonna kill me again. No. Please help me. Please help me. No, are the responders red to me now? I think they are.
drive active.
Oh, really? No. Yay. I need corn! Thought I must have been in the third one.
Warp drive active.
Wow, he like full, like, he like full salvaged me. Fucking dick. Well, okay, there's a Bez field here. I guess for prime time I'll just use a venture, and then if I die, I'll come back in I still got left alone mostly. I'm still doing so good. Glowing deck claw.
Skycat 1 needs help.
Did it kill him? Oh, no, I don't think it did. Well, at least I can spawn at the exterior. Ugh. There's like a deck claw stalking the fucking this place. I don't really need to go in here. Fucking Fallout 76, man. Like, other Fallouts were like this, yeah. I love good sandboxes, they are good. This is an MMO. Sandbox MMOs for the win. What other game will just spawn like a game boss right out there in front of the fucking main city? Wait, full? What do you mean full?
Warp drive active.
Wow, the 7.1 surround makes the mall music sound different. It's that different to me.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted. Warp drive active.
I wish you could store caps. Caps don't matter, huh? Nuka Girl 2077.
warp drive active.
I will add to last night's view, and I will just like fucking fill and try to get a miasmos over here. Those things. These are like the bodies of the last bosses. Psychotats. Weapon plants, nice. Stashes can't be touched, huh? Let's go verify. In the game Fallout 76, in the mode high risk, can they steal from your stash? Okay, so okay, so no matter what, I can actually keep that stuff. I don't need that stuff back there. It doesn't matter. They can jack me, but they can't take anything I care about. Except like caps and stuff. I have 132 meds. Are you sure? It doesn't seem like I do. You're acting all glitchy. I'm going to feed my cat. Hi, kitty. Have a seat. Yeah, have yourself a nice warm lap. Good kitty. Oh, we love her. Yes, we do. Oh, is she a happy kitty? Yeah, I think she is. Okay, I'm going to go eat dinner. I hate to make you get up, kitty, but I gotta get up. I'm sorry. Get up for just a second, kitty. Okay, for dinner, I have palak paneer and Greek yogurts. And I walked, 4.5 miles today. Oh, did you DC me? You probably did. You DC me, did you? Oh, you didn't. Oh, well, that's okay. That's not the end of the world. What am I would like to log in Rush just so it knows that I logged. And we will go back and watch the friend go.
Candace Owens is now claiming that the French president is going to kill her.
Yeah, fucking right.
We're seeing this in the infighting.
That's not how the world works, you idiot.
She's using Charlie Kirk's death to become the ultimate criminal. And this latest chapter kicked off on Saturday with this post from Candace where she said that 2 days prior...
I wish they would. No, I'm just kidding.
...government close to the president, Emmanuel Macron, and his wife, Brigitte. And she said that this official told her that the Macrons have, quote, executed upon and paid for my assassination, saying specifically that the green light was given to a small team, which she says includes at least one Israeli.
Oh, it's a Steam sale now?
Did not stop there. She also said that the official told her Charlie Kirk's assassin trained with the French Legion 13th Brigade with multi-state involvement. She then closed out her initial statement saying that she isn't sure about the trust in the government because this official claims that leaders here knew of this plan to kill. But then also with that, she promised to share, quote, definitively verifiable information to any U.S. official that reaches out. In the middle of this, she says that she looked into her source and that they have, quote, provided concrete proof that they are well placed within the French government apparatus. There is a lot to unpack just in that first tweet.
She knows we capping right-wing corresponders.
It's also not where her story ends. Because Candace, she tends
so she's scared.
This entire thing in the days since that first post. So her next bombshell was that she said that the payments in question were made.
We being the public.
Which is a famous gastronomic society that was founded.
Hi, kitty. I'm eating dinner, not right now.
Fancy dining club with 100 members who get together once a week for meals at the top restaurants in Paris. Or at least I imagine it's that. There's also a cycling club that also shares the same name for people who conquered the 100 mountain passes. But anyway, right, Candace again highlighted the supposed Israel connection, saying that both a French female assassin as well as a male Israeli one, were chosen to kill. She called this alleged plan for her murder, quote, joint state operation. And then from there, she goes on to talk more about the Charlie Kirk part of this whole thing. We're sharing a Google search result showing that members of the French military were getting training in the Marines in California for 3 weeks back in August, saying French foreign legionnaires were involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. They were not the only ones, but they were involved. And then yesterday, she posted that she contacted the U.S. federal government about this alleged plot against her and added that she is, quote, willing to provide full details as well as the name of the assassins and international accounts in France and Canada through which money was exchanged. She even put a number to that, saying this morning that Macron allegedly moved more than $1 million for her assassination. Now, with all this, let's say this is the first time you've ever heard of this situation. You're coming in on chapter 87. You might be wondering if this is even true. Why the hell would Macron be trying to assassinate this random right-wing political commentator, and why would this involve Israel? Well, Candace Owens, she has spent the last several months posting what she has called investigation after investigation that Brigitte Macron is secretly transgender. Plus, Candace has been very vocal in her criticism of Israel, though many have accused her of just using that as kind of a cover or a blanket for anti-Semitism. You know, this alleged assassination plot, it sparked a bunch of reactions online. Everything from genuine
Sorry, I forgot the double
safety to accusations that she is using Charlie Kirk's name for clout and money. Or you've got people taking Candace entirely at her word, calling this the biggest story in the world right now and expressing serious concern for her safety. You even had people like comedian and commentator Dave Smith saying they should know that taking out Candace Owens will turn all of us into Candace Owens. So then also you had a
no, it won't.
Internet saying
No, it won't.
Obvious sign that Candace Owens
I'll die before I stand with you.
Really off to have her fully believing and widely sharing what seems to be a far-fetched idea. Or people saying things like the most popular media production in the country is a woman talking herself into psychosis to thunderous applause, as well as nobody in this woman's life loves her enough to tell her to stop. I honestly feel kind of bad for her. But then also you had many others immediately dismissing this as an obvious grift, and that was coming from across the political spectrum. You know, you had some big names, including Representative Dan Crenshaw from Texas, going after Candace and Dave Smith by saying, we all know Candace has lost it, but don't forget about her co-conspirators. They're all in on the grift, begging for your engagement on social media. Right? And that is, you also had arguably Trump's most loyal foot soldier, Laura Loomer, calling Candace out, asking her to share the evidence that she claims to have. And then among this, you had some saying that she's doing this specifically to further capitalize on a pension and cash that come from her connection with Charlie Kirk. There were people saying things like, countries Candace Owens is accused of killing Charlie Kirk. Israel, Egypt, US, France. I wonder who's next. Also saying it's beyond tacky that Candace Owens is now attempting to connect the very real and tragic assassination of Charlie Kirk to her crackpot Brigitte Macron series. As you can see from where she left off, it was pure gibberish, exactly where Candace is quickly returning, which will leave plenty embarrassed they ever took her seriously. And Candace Owens deciding who next to blame for the Charlie Kirk assassination, and then, you know, it's her throwing parts of the pre-1990 map of the world, including the Soviet Union. You know, for now, it's going to be very interesting to see how this plays out, both specifically with Candace Owens and this whole situation, as well as how it connects to the general commentary online about politics and the MAGA infighting that we've seen. Lots of messy moving pieces. Then, next up in the news, we've got to talk about the Marjorie Taylor Greene fallout. Because Greene, she represents Georgia, and she came into office as one of Trump's most die-hard supporters. But then, as I covered and we talked about, over the past few months, she has increasingly defied Trump by opposing U.S. involvement in conflicts, banding the Epstein files, and even supporting the extension of health insurance subsidies at the center of the government shutdown. Right, and all of that had led to Trump labeling her a traitor, withdrawing his support, and threatening to run a primary opponent in her district. And then you had Greene saying that she faced a wave of death threats aimed at her and her family from apparent supporters of the president. I mean, she even went on CNN and accepted that, you know, she hadn't spoken out against Trump's rhetoric in the past as fair criticism, and then she apologized.
I would like to say humbly, I'm sorry for taking part in the toxic politics. It's very bad for our country.
And all of that, to many, it seemed like she was in for the long fight, but then the resignation came in, and you had many shocked. But then with that, you had Greene explaining her decision in a 10-minute video and 4-page statement that she posted online. And apparently,
she looks happier. We don't want you. We don't want you. We don't want you.
One associate even saying that she didn't let her inner circle know about it until 20 minutes before the video went up. And in this, as far as what she had to say, you know, she took aim at the country's political system as a whole, but she also had choice words for Trump and Republicans specifically.
I have fought harder than almost any other elected Republican to elect Donald Trump and Republicans to power. Meanwhile, most of the establishment Republicans who secretly hate him and who stabbed him in the back and never defended him against anything have all been welcomed in right after the election. I have too much self-respect and dignity. I love my family.
My God, you're a shit sucker. I hate you so much. Shut the fuck up. I'm sorry, guys. That's my inner thoughts. They just came out just now. I'm terribly sorry. Yeah, you kinda. You know, he called you a traitor and nobody questioned it. Nobody said a word really except you. Maybe a couple of other people. Particularly because you did. You backed an insurrectionist. We don't really care what happens to you. You backed an insurrectionist. That's kind of like traitor. Little bit. Just saying. If the insurrection hadn't been such a right-wing shit show, this country might have got the change it needed. But you fucking idiots with your QAnon shamans and your problems, you showed up. With your guns and your scare tactics and your violence, and you fucked up our good revolution.
Way too much. And I do not want my...
You took shits in Nancy Pelosi's office as if Nancy Pelosi had anything to do with this.
Sweet district to have to endure a hurtful and hateful primary against me by the president that we all fought for, only to fight and win my election.
I didn't fight for him, not my dad.
While Republicans will
fuck his stupid ass.
Likely lose the midterms. And in turn,
my mom was like, she's doing the right thing. She wants to cross over to the Democrats and all this, and I'm like, I don't want her. I don't want her.
Be expected to
She knows it too. She knows that she's burned every bridge.
The president against impeachment after he hatefully dumped tens of millions of dollars against me and tried to destroy me. It's all so absurd and completely unserious. I refuse to be a battered wife, hoping it all goes away and gets better.
And then also, with that beside Trump, you had Green sharing specific criticism of House Speaker Mike Johnson and other Republicans for, quote, refusing to proactively work diligently to pass a plan to save American health care and protect Americans from outrageous, overpriced, and unaffordable health insurance policies. And even with that, as far as many on the left, they've been unimpressed. You know, it's not without reason. Like, you got to keep in mind, you know, Green touched on bipartisan issues related to affordability, but she's also clearly established her credentials as a far-right politician. And with that, she accused Johnson of failing to bring legislation that she introduced to the House floor that she said reflected Trump's executive orders. And that, including bills to exclude non-citizens from the census, criminalize gender-affirming care, and eliminate H-1B visas. And so also with that, you had the likes of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez slamming Green, claiming she's carefully timing her departure just 1 to 2 days after her pension kicks in and arguing her actions have not backed up the rhetoric. For all her talk, she's still voting with them to gut healthcare. Right, and you then also had Jasmine Crockett, who's fought with Green in the past, blasting her on CNN.
You're on the other side of the president for 1 week, and you can't take the heat. Imagine what it is to sit in my shoes, to not only be on the opposite side of him, but to have people like her who are constantly fanning the flames of hate. And imagine what those threats look like when you literally are someone like me.
Now, that said, we've also seen some Republicans coming out in support of Green. For example, you had Congresswoman Victoria Spartz of Indiana claiming, unfortunately, there's a lot of truth to what Marjorie had to say. I can't blame her for leading this institution that has betrayed the American people, as well as Thomas Massie, who has regularly disagreed with Trump, saying there's more honesty expressed in these 4 pages than most politicians will speak in a lifetime. And actually, with that, we're now seeing reports that other GOP lawmakers may be planning to follow Green out the door, with one senior House Republican reportedly telling Punchbowl News, this entire White House team has treated all members like garbage, and that morale has never been lower, and finally claiming Mike Johnson will be stripped of his gavel and they will lose the majority before this term is ended. But then as far as Donald Trump himself, he celebrated Green's resignation, again labeling her a traitor and claiming that she resigned because of plummeting poll numbers, saying that, you know, she just didn't want to face a primary challenger with a strong Trump endorsement where she'd have no chance of winning. Then also amid the critique, he said, nevertheless, I will always appreciate Marjorie and thank her for her service to our country. And then with that, he later told NBC News that he'd like to see Green resume her political career, which actually, on that note, Time Magazine reported that allies of Green said that she had considered running for president in 2028. So there, I have to mention that she quickly denied that in a post on social media, calling it
I don't want a Republican woman as president. I'm okay with a woman for president. I don't want a Republican woman for president. I don't want a Republican for president.
a complete lie. And
it means to me, war. I keep waiting for the war to start. Usually with them, it's always war.
I'm not running for president and never said I wanted to. And
Afghanistan, Vietnam, motherfucking, you know.
And I've only laughed about it when anyone would mention it. You know, as far as what's actually next for Green, we'll see, right? She's officially going to be out of office on January 5th. And in the short term, right, in addition to this being part of the growing divisions that we're seeing among Republicans, this is going to leave Republicans with an empty seat in the House until at least March, when a special election in Georgia to replace her is expected to be held. For now, we're going to have to wait to see how this plays out. And I guess in the meantime, what are your thoughts on what is next for Marjorie Taylor Greene? Because news cap off, this part's my opinion. The idea of her running for president seems impossible or crazy.
Please don't. Please don't.
Said that before Trump ran.
Please don't. Please don't. Please don't. I mean, I'll take a woman however I can get it. Yeah, let's end the sausage fest. I just don't want Dolores from the fucking Ministry of Magic, though. Couldn't we get anybody who isn't a battle axe crazy? The woman's a battle axe crazy. She switched 3 different fucking parties in the last, like, month or whatever. It's crazy. I don't want her. She's crazy. She's just this shiftless base of just crazy who backs whoever's in power and corruptly, fucking fans the flame.
We'll see. My money would be more on...
Why would it be Marjorie Taylor Greene over like Hillary Clinton or like Kamala Harris or even AOC? There's so many other, or even Pelosi. She's too old, but if she wasn't too old, there's a lot of really actually good, respectable women who could run for president. I'd take AOC in a second. Do you really think MGT could beat, or MTG, whatever her name is? Do you think MTG could beat AOC? It's kind of like a Magic the Gathering game. I see AOC up at the top of No Kings with Bernie, and then I see MGT up at the top of Trump's knob, sucking on it, and then puking and blaming him. Sorry, that's about how I'd sum up her career. Sucking on Trump's dick, choking on it, puking on his lap, and then blaming him. Am I wrong? No.
Senate or governor run, but probably more likely like just going into the commentary.
Yeah, it is so deep in your mouth, Marjorie, that you puked in his lap and then you blamed him. And it's like, yeah, you shouldn't have gargled Trump's dick like that. I don't want you. You're obviously a sycophant. You're tainted with it. You're no better than the Kash Patels or the fucking, the Nancy fucking... whatever her name is. Like, you're just like none better. You're just a sycophantic toady, and we don't want you.
And podcast space. But also, like, who the hell really knows what's going on?
You're a sycophantic toady. No woman looks like you.
Taylor Greene's head. And then
it's like some diluted, cracky version of Leslie Knope, like, except she's a Nazi.
More we're gonna dive into in just a minute.
Nazi hog.
But first, let me say, fresh start, sure, but the system that you're stuck in, same as ever, right? Banks win, you bleed cash, and the fees and calls never take a day off. Unless, that is, you push
I
back.
hate being so mean. I don't mean to be mean. Just don't back Nazis, and I wouldn't say a negative word about you.
And that's where
I don't have anything to say negative about AOC at all, because she stood against no kings, or, so she stood against the kings. That makes her just 20-30% better in the polls than MTG. It just does. It's just somebody who stood up against the problems as opposed to stood with them.
Sponsor PDS debt comes in.
So yeah, go ahead and run for president so we can laugh at you. But I mean, honestly, if Kamala couldn't do it, I don't know.
PDS debt's already helped hundreds of thousands.
And run for who? The Republicans just ousted you, and they won't work with you now, or MAGA won't anyways. And we don't want you. I can tell you right now, we don't want you. We've got such better women than you, Marjorie Taylor Greene. Such better fucking women. Hysteria just did a podcast about her, Marjorie Taylor Greene. I learned all the crazy shit that she did, and I don't want her. Isn't that the lady who shot her dog? If I Google shot her dog... And this is why you'll never be president, Marjorie Taylor Greene. Oh no, that was Kristi Noem. I'm sorry. Yeah, Kristi Noem will never go anywhere. I thought that was Marjorie Taylor Greene. I get them all mixed up. Oh God, Marjorie Taylor Greene.
People cut their debts, stop the calls,
Hi,
and finally
kitty.
keep more of their money instead of feeding the banks. Credit cards, personal
I
loans,
loves
medical bills,
yous.
collections. If it feels like your debt situation's
love my
giant,
kitty.
they've seen it before. And no minimum credit score, no one-size-fits-all nonsense.
Yeah,
They
you gonna
look at your
come
actual
cuddle
numbers
with me?
and build a plan that makes sense for your life.
Come
PDS
cuddle
Debt's
with
whole
me,
thing,
kitty.
it's simple. They help you get out faster, reduce what you owe, and end the cycle that keeps you paying forever.
love the
A-plus
kitty. I
rated
love
with the
her.
BBB with thousands of 5-star reviews across Google and Trustpilot because, wild concept, they actually do what they say they'll do. You shouldn't have to drown in fees just because the system's
Yeah,
built to squeeze
right.
you. So hey, you're just 30 seconds away from starting your own fresh start. Get your free debt assessment at pdsdebt.com/DeFranco. That's pdsdebt.com/DeFranco, or just use that QR code on the screen. But then next up today, this is crazy and embarrassing. A federal judge just dismissed the charges against former FBI Director James Comey and New York Attorney General Letitia James. They're just a massive blow to Trump's efforts to prosecute his perceived political enemies. And specifically, you had the judge ruling that Lindsay Halligan, the prosecutor overseeing both cases, had been appointed illegally, and as a result, the indictments that she secured needed to be tossed. Which, just shocking news, considering that she's a close ally and personal lawyer of Trump who had zero experience as a prosecutor. Loyalty is really all Donald Trump cares about, so he put her in as U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia, forcing out her predecessor because he declined to prosecute.
Ouch. Oh. Get your head out of there. That's not for you. That's what you wanted this whole time. Oh my god. Kitty. uh Ooh, this will be some drama. Do you mean they're using a VPN? No, maybe it will say. Yeah, I was like, what? The next thing I thought of, I was like, VPNs, yeah. Oh, sorry, I haven't.
Patient data is just simply
I am
incorrect
muted.
for technical reasons. And there you had Nikita
So I guess
Beer
I had
saying
to-
that there are a few rough edges that will
I had
be
to pause for dinner there, and you probably couldn't hear it there for a couple of minutes. Sorry, and now I've unmuted it.
resolved by Tuesday. And in general, but also in the meantime, you
Getting
should be
better at
careful
this.
about believing what you see anyway, because misinformation.
New
Maybe one of the biggest
iPods.
examples was when you had people sharing screenshots showing, oh, this account's not actually from America. There were some that appeared to show the official account for the Department of Homeland Security was actually created in Israel, which does not appear to be the case. And you had Beer quickly shutting that down, writing, "This is fake news. Location was not available on any gray check account at any point. Furthermore, the DHS has only shown IPs from the United States since account creation." You had the DHS itself posting, "I can't believe we we have to say this, but this account has only ever been run and operated from the United States. Screenshots are easy to forge, videos are easy to manipulate. But also with that said, some, if not most of the revelations, they do appear to be true, since you have certain accounts disappearing or deleting all their posts after they got exposed. And so with that, what you saw is on left-wing Twitter, people were spending the weekend popping bottles, claiming vindication, writing things like, "This is total Armageddon for the online right. It's looking like half of their large accounts were foreigners posing as Americans all along, and it's almost as if Trump has outsourced his propaganda to other countries for cheap labor." And then as far as, why these accounts were created or the people behind them were doing what they were doing, you had some saying that it was foreign governments or foreign actors trying to sow chaos, so others said it might just be poor people in poor countries trying to make some money. But especially because X pays verified premium users in American dollars based on the level of engagement they drive with their content. And if you're just some random guy in Bangladesh, a few bucks is worth way more than it is for an actual American. Though also, that's not to say that there aren't well-organized, well-funded foreign influence operations, or whether it be bots or, even accounts run from the United States have allegedly received funding from Moscow, whether they knew it or not. Right? A la Tim Pool, Dave Rubin, and Benny Johnson. Now, with all that said, as far as the right's reaction to all this, it's been varied. Right, on one end, you have people like Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna trying to spin this as a vindication for MAGA, writing all these pretend pro-America accounts that were pushing infighting within MAGA are literally foreign grifters, telling you the foreign op is real and so are the bot accounts. But then also at the same time, you have people like Matt Walsh apparently under the impression that, these accounts are actually real people with genuine opinions about US politics, something that he strongly opposes. With him writing, if you're a foreigner, I'm sure you have a lot of great opinions about the stuff happening in your own country.
You don't live
Talk
here.
about that all you want. The debates in and about America are for Americans. Mind your own business. Right, but then it also sparked some debate on the right, with the Malaysian-born right-wing influencer Ian Miles Chong shooting back, "American politics impacts the world whether Americans like it or not. You're not an isolationist country any more than China is. And Americans have had plenty to say about what goes on in Russia and Ukraine and every other country." To which Walsh responded, "You've never set foot in America, and yet you spend every day trying to influence our culture and politics. You talk about our country exclusively and never say a word about your own. If you don't see why that might rub Americans the wrong way, I don't know what to tell you." Chong then firing back, "Talking about another country is now influencing it, according to Matt Walsh. Welcome to the United States, a democracy so fragile that merely talking about it will cause it to fall apart." But then also, as that was playing out, you had outlets like Fox News and the New York Post, as well as the Israeli Foreign Ministry, mostly ignoring the foreign MAGA accounts and highlighting the ones that claim to be from Gaza. Right, like these two accounts, which both say they report from Palestine, but list their locations as Egypt and East Asia and the Pacific, respectively. And it also doesn't stop there, right? Other countries get involved. The UK, for example, you had the BBC uncovering pro-Scottish independence accounts that appear to actually be run from Iran. And so, it feels like we've always known that this kind of shit was going on, but again, it raises a startling question. How much of our reality is actually just a hyper-real, Matrix-style, postmodern situation? How can you trust anything
you guys
that
in
isn't
reality
Philip DeFranco or the
don't fuck with each other a lot. Like my cyberbullies in reality don't fuck with each other a lot. Reality and like Twitter don't fuck with each other a lot. Reddit, fucking 4chan, fucking like YouTube, reality and a lot of things, a lot of these people don't fuck with each other a lot. Like I'm a pragmatist and I come from like kind of the streets in Denver, and like I can shit in one hand and put what you guys call reality in the other, and it's gonna fill up faster. It's weird, but it's like what you guys call reality won't hold water most of the time. I don't believe in your wars. I don't believe in your politicians. I don't believe in your parties. I don't think there's privacy anymore, only internet. I don't think there, it's like, I don't really think there's a lot of weird, like, I don't think there's strong foundation in most of the things that we do in the modern society. And that's okay, but it's not the most stable thing. I wouldn't say it's bad. I will not say that it's stable. The fact that we're worried that all these alt-right accounts might be foreign doesn't surprise me, because it's like, if they sway America, they'll sway their own countries. If the rest of the world sees America acting like Hitler, they'll all go Hitler too, and that's why there's foreigners swaying our right-wing TikToks and fucking twatters. TikToks and twatters are so fucking bad. Tablets, that's what I usually call them. Tablets, twatters. Brain rots. There's like a few words for it, but it's like, yeah, if all the brain rots think that acting like Hitler is cool because American does it, all the other countries in the world will fall in line like that, and the world will be a toilet filled with right-wing piss. poverty and sorrow. It doesn't surprise me that foreigners build, you know, social media platforms to try to sway our politics. Nope. Because they know that the only way the right wing is going to get a fucking handhold in their country is if it gets a handhold here. Or, you know, foothold, excuse me. Foothold, you know. Hi, kitty, you're just sort of standing there. You want to sit down? Sit down, kitty.
The Philip DeFranco show. I don't know, it might be best to just exclusively watch me. I hate to say it, but, you know, like, follow, share, subscribe. But really, joking aside, like, more than ever, not only be, you know, very skeptical about the information that you're seeing and consuming, but also whether it be text or video, and really more than ever with the rise of AI as well as faceless accounts. I mean, I think it's important to think of, like, who is behind the content and why might they be saying the things they're saying. You know, part of it, yeah, it could be about money, but also part of it could be they want Americans at each other's throats. No, you don't kill a country like America with bombs. You kill a country by letting it kill itself. You know, you stoke the flame inside of the house. But that, my friends, brings us to the end of today's show. At least for now, you've got more just to click away. Or you can check out the latest episodes of my other two podcasts, In Good Faith and Crashing Out. But hey, no matter what you do, let me just say thank you for watching. I love yo faces, and I'll see you right back here tomorrow.
Greetings and salutations, Vault Dwellers. We're going to go into Fallout World's high risk. But before we do, I'm going to let you know, this is not going... It is just, what are we risking here? What's the risk? I mean, I don't know. Like,
this is on.
This is just. Alright, what do we have here? This is someone's here. This is someone's camp. It's probably just a crap camp. It's just.
What?
It's just a thing.
You're an idiot. You're a fucking idiot. Never mind. I'm sad I kind of sub to you, and I would unsub, but I'm not that toxic. I don't think you're inherently bad. You're just bad.
Variety is said to be the spice of life, and EVE Online is no exception. If you've played this game for a while, there's a good chance that you or someone you know has experienced burnout from the game. It happens to the best of us, and with bad timing, it can spell disaster for an entire corporation or alliance. The annals of EVE's history are lined with alliances that fell apart as their linchpin leader reached breaking point and stopped playing the game. Perhaps the most famous example being Bobby Atlas of the eponymous Atlas Alliance. I was surprised to find when doing research for this part of the script that burnout is an incredibly under-researched topic. It's very difficult to find any consensus on what causes burnout, on how it can be resolved. Predominantly the focus is on occupational burnout, or burning out from work, and a lot of resources I found were published by employee assistants and private health companies with an angle on focusing on getting employees back into work quickly. I know people talk about EVE like it's a second job, but you don't have to talk to many people before you find common experiences from people who've burned out from something that isn't an occupation, perhaps a hobby or a personal goal.
You almost got me.
So it shouldn't really surprise us that burnout is a problem in EVE too. Regardless, it's completely possible to pursue variety and a change of pace within New Eden, an in-game vacation as it were. In this video I'm going to go through just a few examples of some side activities you could be doing.
I landed so gently!
Your main account even, in order to keep Eve feeling fresh and varied. Not to mention, exposure to other corners of the game is a great way to gain a varied skill set, and you'd be surprised how often these lessons cross over and make you a better player overall. New players especially have a habit of burning themselves out fast. Eve can be punishing on the early game progression pacing. I think Eve's training speed perfectly suits someone who puts a few hours into the game in the evenings every other day or so, but if the game gets its claws into you early, you face a difficult balance of discovering countless new things to do and places to explore, but with a difficult waiting game for your in-game skill to catch up with your interests. So these examples are suitable for players of all skill levels and experience. For most of these it'll be perfectly viable even to just create a brand new account with no skills whatsoever. But if you do already have an ult that you're not using, then it'll be much easier to hit the ground running. Please, please, please remember your character slots too. When I've suggested these kinds of in-game vacations or training up another ult to people before, they often come back with, I don't want to be a multi-boxer, or I don't want to have to pay for another account subscription. So just in case you don't know, you get 3 characters per account. If you're paying for an Omega subscription on that account, all 3 characters on the account get that subscription. Only one can be training skills at a time, but you can purchase an item called a multi-character training certificate that will overrule this. But you will see through this video that the skill points required to do this will mean you only need to pause your main account's training for a little while just to get the necessary skills on your ult. A personal favourite of mine, and perhaps a sign that deep down I yearn to be a hermit in the woods, making your own little wormhole vacation home is easier than you'd think. For this option you'll need your own corporation, or permissions to anchor a structure in your current corporation, a scanning ship, a gas huffing ship, a mining ship, and a PvP ship of your choice. My preferred option would be to use a small control tower, a venture, an endurance, a buzzard, and an executor navy issue. Anchoring a small tower is child's play honestly and takes 7 minutes 30 seconds to anchor, then 15 minutes to online. I'd personally put this in a C3 with a low sec static since they tend to see very little traffic but still make good money. If I was staying there longer, I'd probably move my C3 wormhole ratting praxis in too, but at first it's easier to stick to the data and relic sites, with the occasional sprinkling of wormhole gas and any low-sec gas that you find in the low-sec static. The small control tower is a great low-cost option, being very easy to set up and tear down as and when you need to. Control towers...
They're only a billionist, by the way.
Don't get a lot of attention from other wormholes either, unless you happen to anchor in an already occupied wormhole, so make sure to check the system map for any existing citadels in the system. Keep in mind that you will need to refuel it occasionally, or offline it to save fuel, but this will bring down the force field. For an even lower commitment option, wormhole day tripping is just as viable. If you live in low sec or high sec, you'll almost always find a low class wormhole entrance within a couple of jumps of your usual home system. From there you can try out a new chain of wormholes every day without the need for maintaining a control tower. Just remember to bookmark early and bookmark
If
often,
only it didn't
or you
require
might
scanning.
become Eve Scout Rescue's next customer. The Uprising expansion in 2022 pulled faction warfare to the forefront of the game, breathing fresh new life into it. While there's been plenty of tinkering and tweaking since then, the main upshot for those who haven't played the game in a while is that you can now do faction warfare without leaving your current corporation, at least as long as your corporation allows it. I don't think I've ever met a corporation that doesn't permit individual enlistment, but on the off chance yours doesn't, maybe give your directors a nudge. All you have to do is pick one of the 4 empires, Minmatar, Galente, Kaldari, or Amar, head to one of their NPC stations and enlist. You can find the closest enlistment station to you by opening up the Neocom menu, going to Activities, then Factional Warfare, select Empire and then your preferred choice and click Initiate Enlistment for it to become an active opportunity. If you prefer, you can also join either Angel Cartel or Garistas Pirates rather than one of the 4 empires, but I personally recommend this only for people with experience doing regular faction warfare, as it builds upon these mechanics in a way that might be a bit challenging for a first introduction to the space. Once you've picked your alignment, the next step is choosing a place right on the edge of the faction warfare warzone and making that your faction warfare vacation home. For example, I usually do faction warfare as a Mar, so I use Comella. Faction warfare is incredibly approachable in terms of skill points and cost of entry, as there's a lot of frigate on frigate fights, so I highly recommend checking out the latest entry of the Faction Warfare Yearbook for some ship fitting inspiration, then getting a whole bunch of those fits shipped to your new vacation home. Often these ships are so cheap that shipping is going to cost you more than the ships themselves, providing you don't ship them yourself. I'm not going to go into any more detail about the actual mechanics of faction warfare, as there's plenty of other videos that go into better detail about that, but rest assured it's easy to learn with a low cost of entry, lots of PvP practice, a lucrative payout for those with proficiency or perseverance at least, and a vibrant community to socialize with, if that's your jam. I've spoken in previous videos about how new bros are what keeps me playing EVE. Seeing their excitement and enjoyment at those early game discoveries reminds you how you felt when you started the game, and that's why paying
You're
it
burnt
forward
out.
is so
I can hear it.
important. When I first got started, I remember teaming up with corp mates who offered boosts in the Veldspar belts and paid to replace my cute little condor that I valiantly whelped in a nullsec filament roam, or gifted me a free Astero to expand my exploration horizons. So if you're stuck for things to do, grab a mining ship or a porpoise and fly around HiSec, see if you can find anyone solo mining and strike up conversation. Form a fleet and maybe give them boosts and compression even. This is a huge deal to a lot of new bros for whom you might be their first interaction in EVE, so do the community proud. Help with their questions, maybe give them a ship or some ISK to help them along their way. Just don't be offended if they're spooked off or don't want to fleet up with you. A lot of EVE media instills a sense of distrust for new bros towards the rest of the community, and it's important not to pressure anyone into hanging out. If you don't feel like turning your playstyle upside down, another easy option is setting yourself a short-term goal. Burnout can strike the hardest when we don't feel like we're making any progress, and sometimes that's our own fault for setting our sights too high. I've met plenty of players who are putting goals on their EVE journey that will take months or even years to achieve. There's nothing wrong with having a long-term goal, but try setting yourself more short-term goals instead, so that you can enjoy the occasional dopamine of progression and success. This works best when the goal isn't a numbers-based one too. A lot of players have financial goals, but this can lead to a really empty feeling when the goal is met, because the sky really is the limit when it comes to finances in EVE. Try instead to focus on something more tangible, like affording a ship you'd enjoy, or flying a ship around more confidently with the expectation of losing and replacing it. Whether your corporation is in a lull and there's not many fleets to attend, or perhaps you're in the midst of a war where the fleets have become boring and monotonous, try joining one of EVE's many NPSI, or Not Purple Shoot It, fleets. If you've never been on one of these fleets before, the basic premise is that all sorts of players from various alliances come together to roam around various spaces of EVE, fighting for fun regardless of the enemy. Definitely check your alliance rules of engagement before trying one of these fleets though. It's usually quite straightforward, but if you do end up in a position where the fleet is shooting an ally of yours, simply don't shoot. Your mileage may vary though, so check with your corporation or alliance. Just my 2 cents, but no good alliance should be limiting their pilots' participation in these kind of community events without good reason. If that sounds like an interesting option to you, check out the NPSI Rocks website, which keeps a calendar of fleets, who's running them, and where and when they start. You'll get a feel after a while for which fleets actually interest you the most, but don't be scared to jump in head first. Because of the nature of these fleets pulling in people from all around the game, they're usually extremely welcoming to new and inexperienced players. I really hope that one of these options has appealed to you, or if not, that you're at least thinking about the things that help you avoid burnout. Just remember that ultimately EVE Online is a game, real life is always a priority, and if you need a break, you should take one. Keep in mind that where wars are concerned in EVE Online, burnout is also a tool that groups are aware of and will leverage against their opponents. Most wars aren't fought tooth and nail from day one until the loss of the last system, rarely is that the case. Instead, battle after battle grinds down an alliance, using burnout to strip away layers of committed players until too few remain to keep up the fight. If you have any other tips for avoiding burnout, I'd love to hear them in the comments below, and if you enjoyed this, check out some of my other EVE videos and subscribe if you want to see my new uploads too. See you in the next one. If you want to help support the channel, consider buying your next EVE Online pack, subscription, or Plex from marqueedragon.com using the link in the video description. Use coupon code BILL at checkout for 3% off your order.
3%.
I've also got YouTube membership enabled now. I've only recently become eligible for it, but the plan is to include some member-only videos and probably a Discord server or something like that. The only perk for subscribing right now is a badge on YouTube, but it's 99 cents if you'd prefer that way of supporting the channel.
All right, what is going on, ladies and gentlemen, and big dogs, of course? How is it going? I am no one, and happy Monday, and happy week of Thanksgiving, where there's a lot that we can be thankful about. Today's video, we are going to be doing a deep dive into a discussion I have been hearing quite a bit ever since Ashes of Creation announced their December 11th early access to Steam. Now, as you guys know, I did 3 videos last week kind of talking about the polar extremes, the hyper-positive sentiment of what could happen for early access, the negative one about what could happen, and overall, like, I'm kind of in the middle just because I lack a lot of information. Like, I'm not a developer, I'm just a guy following a project, and because of that, there's just a lot of things I don't know, and I have to explain that there's a lot of things that I just do not know, of course. One of the arguments that I've been seeing brought up quite a bit that I vehemently and strongly disagree with is, it's not that serious. It's the argument that early access could get review bombed so badly that basically it's going to ruin the project Ashes of Creation, which I already did a video kind of like this talking about this last year. And I even said in last year's video that this is going to happen again at the next big milestone. It's going to happen at the end of Alpha 2. It's going to start at the beginning of Beta 1. It's going to start in Beta 2, and it's going to happen again during the live release. Everybody loves to react to whatever is happening in the now. Whatever is happening in the now is the most important thing that's happening. And so if I were to tell you a year ago at this time that a lot of people were very, very concerned about the release of Ashes of Creation going in Alpha 2, so much so to a point that they were worried about NDA being released and that they wanted the game to remain under NDA because they didn't feel like it was polished enough of a product for people to see because they were worried that it was going to ruin the project then. A lot of you right now would be like, no, there's no way that that was a thing. There's no way that that was happening. That was over a year ago. Obviously, nothing's happened. Well, yeah, but at the time, recency bias took over and everybody thought that that was going to happen. And now a lot of people are very, very sure that with the early access announcement, that the exact same thing's going to happen, that it's going to completely ruin the project. And the same thing, like I said, is going to happen for all the next major announcements. And so, much like what I hope the development team does, since I kind of made this video, a video like this last year, I already know what people are going to rebuke me with. I already know what they're going to come up with, and I'm going to improve and iterate on this video compared to my video last year. You see, last year I brought up a couple of games, and what people decided to do is they decided to say, well, yeah, this game that you brought up isn't like Ashes of Creation because of this reason. This game isn't like Ashes of Creation because of this reason. Ashes of Creation succeeding or failing will be on its own merits because it's its own game. Of course, which is 100% true. There's nothing wrong with that thought process. But just like history, where history doesn't often repeat, but it rhymes, gaming content often rhymes. And so what we can do is we can go back and we can look in the past at other games that have gone through similar issues. They could be in different genres or whatever, and we could identify specifically what went bad for that game and then what happened later on. And with this video, I'm going to bring in a lot more games to talk about, and I want to paint the bigger picture so that you guys can see what I've been seeing, and maybe you guys can jump to the same conclusion that I've jumped to, where it doesn't matter about the reviews. The initial reviews are going to be the initial reviews. Initial reviews have been good or bad throughout the history of gaming content. All that matters is if the development team improves and iterates on their product and makes it better. Nobody plays a game because of the reviews. They play a game if it's good or if they think it's going to be good. So that's going to be the contention of this video. Let's just dive into the games. Now, first things first, we're going to talk about the game I probably talk about more than just about any other game on this channel, which is Baldur's Gate 3. And the reason I bring up Baldur's Gate 3 is not that it is combat-wise similar to Ashes of Creation, or that it is even in the same genre or anything like that.
Why are we comparing them?
It's that they had 3 years of early access. And 3 years of early access development to go over, to have players come in and go through their content like a fine-tooth comb. You see, Larian Studios is fantastic. I think everybody agrees that Baldur's Gate 3 universally is regarded as one of the greatest games of all time already, due to its storyline, due to its plot, due to the voice acting, all of that. But something that cannot be oversold as well is how polished the game was when it first came out. When it came out, it just ran so smoothly. How many times have you guys picked up a game where it was just laggy for the first couple of weeks or months or whatever, and it just kind of ruined the feeling of the game? That's not how Baldur's Gate 3 released. Sure, it had a couple minor issues, but it was just so smooth. And what I would contend is their 3 years of early access open development where they got players to come through and play through their first act and comb through it like a fine-tooth comb really led through players enjoying that new player experience, because everything just functioned well and they got to be able to be more immersed in the story and the storyline early on, because obviously the first impressions matter. Now, do I think Ashes of Creation will be the greatest game of all time or anything like that? No, of course. I mean, it would be lofty expectations to say that a Kickstarter game in an MMORPG genre that has been in decline for the last 2 decades will all of a sudden see a game of the year. But I will contend that the idea of having early access or an alpha development stage where you're listening to and iterating feedback can be a great game, and it can develop into a great game, because we've already seen one of the greatest games of all time go through this process, and because of that process, the product came out better for it, in my opinion. And so that's why I always compare the two, because their early access development, if you go back and you look at their Steam database reviews, yes, their database if you go on Steam database and you look at Baldur's Gate 3, their initial reviews were still mostly positive. I'm not saying anything about it, but if you compare their ratio, they've gotten better over time. If you look at the reviews now compared to their reviews 3 years ago, obviously there was a lot more complaints, 3 years before the game came out, that there was performance issues and stuff like that. But through iteration and development, there's so much less of that, and there's just way more positive reviews to where now it's where it's at. And so that's why I bring up Baldur's Gate, because yes, it started off in a better spot. Yes, it started off more polished, but it also got better over the 3 years of development, and there's no denying that. Now, on to some other games. Let's talk about, before we dive into these games, I want to start with this preface. If you believe that an alpha state can ruin a game to a point to where people will not play it because of how bad the reviews are, I think we can all agree that a live game reveal is actually worse, right? Like, if a game reveals terribly, that's more of a death sentence than an alpha being bad or a beta being bad, because it's your actual game launch, right? I think we can universally agree, like, hey, getting your finger chopped off, that's unfortunate, but it's not as bad as chopping off your entire arm, or maybe from the torso down, or an entire leg. Like, there's severity to this, and a live release going horribly is way worse. And so I wanted to bring up some games that had comeback stories after a terrible live release and show what they did and what happened. And the first one we're going to talk about is No Man's Sky. I'm sure a lot of you guys know about it now. It's a couple of years ago, it started getting a lot more hype because it got a lot better. It opened in 2016, and a lot of people were very, very excited about 2016, No Man's Sky. But the issue was, it didn't reveal what the content that it was supposed to. It was supposed to have a multiplayer feature. It didn't come out with multiplayer. The content was repetitive and boring.
Wow,
and there was a lot
they did
of
the entire island
in the game. And so, how many times have you been hyped about a game, and then all of a sudden, the first reveal is just,
wow.
The developers looked at this and they decided that they could do one of two things, right? They could basically tuck tail and run, and they could be another game that was much anticipated and often hyped, and basically sell a shitty product and take whatever money they can and go off with it. Or they could work on their product, and that's what they did. They had 7 years of free updates. They came out with a new DLC. They implemented the features that they said that they were going to. No Man's Sky now has full VR support. They also have multiplayer. They redid their storylines and their quest lines. And now their content is just way deeper and more immersive because they listened to the feedback from the player base. The developers just dug in and they're like, okay, this is what they were complaining about with our game. Like, we didn't fulfill our promises. Let's go through with our promises. And so through 7 more years of these free updates, No Man's Sky went from a very, very terrible release to like one of the best video game comeback stories ever, which is really cool. It is just an awesome story to hear. Another game that started off terribly, Cyberpunk 2077. I remember when this game came out in 2020, a lot of my friends were really excited about it. They were very excited about playing Cyberpunk. The issue is the release went terribly. There was a lot of performance issues. There's a lot of bugs. Not performance issues in the bedroom, performance issues in the video game, which is way worse. The performance initially was so bad that the PlayStation Store pulled the game away because that's how bad it was. Imagine the reputational hit that company must have taken, that your game has so many bugs that PlayStation was like, we're not going to sell these copies. Like it's hurting us to sell your shitty game, right? So once again, the developers were met with this product. They're like, hey, your game sucks right now. There are a lot of things going on. It's very unplayable right now. Nobody can really get into the systems because it's so buggy. What are you going to do? Well, they could have done what a lot of other teams do. They could have tucked tail and ran and taken whatever profits they had or whatever losses they had and went on to make another game. Or they could iterate on the systems that they had and continue to listen to the feedback and make the game better. So that's what they decided to do. They continuously patched Cyberpunk over and over and over again to try and fix the performance issues that they had with the game. They had a massive 2.0 update as well, and they overhauled a bunch of gameplay systems to just make the game more playable. And now it's gone from a game with a terrible launch and shitty initial reviews to a very well-reviewed game because of all of the depth and iterations that the development team did despite that. Another example, now this one is very real, it hits very close to home, is Battlefield 4. It released in 2013. And the initial launch was buggy. Guys, this game was hot dog water. Like, it was such a piece of shit. I was so excited. This was way back when I really enjoyed playing first-person shooters, but it was so bad that I never picked this game up again. Like I legitimately tried it, and all my friends were excited about Battlefield. I tried it, I didn't like it. I never touched this game again because of how bad the performance was for this game. Now, since then, a lot of things happened. Once again, they could have tucked tail and ran. Another shitty game released. Let's just introduce a new one. Whatever, they could have done that. But what they decided to do, their development team, they decided to patch the game and fix it. And they opened up a community test environment where they had players come in and provide feedback, and they, went through all their systems bugs and issues. They fixed a lot of the core issues that they had, and eventually, this game turned into a really fun game. My brother, who, will rename nameless, of course, he was playing this Battlefield 4, up until the newest Battlefield came out. And my personal, like a lot of first-person shooters come and go throughout time. Only the best ones hold any value over a decade plus of time, and Battlefield for a lot of people was one of them, and that's because the development team actually just unfucked a lot of the issues that they had. And so we're starting to see a theme here with all these games. We're seeing a theme where, yes, sure, if stuff is happening in an alpha or beta or a live release, if it goes terribly, yes, that's bad for their initial reviews, it's bad for their initial sales, but it's not the death knell like people think it is. Because as long as the development team listens to feedback from the players and they continue to work on and iterate on these systems, they can make a new game in the future or improve the game to a point that people want to play it. Because people don't care about reviews. That's not what drives people to play games. Is the game fun? And so those were the big ones that I was thinking of. The big ones that I done research on. In the next video, when we do this, when beta 1 comes out, I'll do more videos talking about this. But I do know after all of these, people are going to go, no one, sure, sure, those are all the games, those are great stories and everything, but not a single one of them are MMORPGs, and not every story has a happy ending. And I completely agree with you. I completely agree that you are absolutely right. And so let's talk about some MMORPGs. Let's talk about Final Fantasy XIV, which came out in 2010. And it was so bad, it released so terribly, that the development team got together and they were like, hey guys, should we kind of tweak this thing? Should we improve the stuff that everybody's complaining about? Because all we're getting is like horrible, terrible reviews. Let's where do we work on first? And the main developer comes in and he's like, well, how about we just scrap the whole thing and start over? Because literally there's no core to this game that anybody likes. There's nothing to hold on to right now. And that's what they did. They released Final Fantasy XIV in 2010, and then they took the game down for a year. And so they had their full live release. It flopped horrifically. And literally the development team just went in and they're like, you know what, we're just going to make a brand new game. We're going to rebuild it from the ground up. We're going to hear what everybody said. And we're going to listen to feedback from the community. And we're going to continue to roll out content that the player base wants. And that's what they did. And for the last 10 plus years, Final Fantasy XIV has been one of the best MMORPGs in the genre. Flopped horribly, horrific reviews, unstable content. The entire thing was completely unusable from a base perspective on release, not in an alpha, on release. And it came back to be one of the better MMOs in the genre because the developer team continued to iterate and improve on their systems. Now, obviously, these are all like the good stories. These are all the great happy endings and everything. Let's talk about some games that did not improve on themselves, improve on questions that happened in the beta, and see what happened with them. Let's talk about Star Wars: The Old Republic. Obviously, Star Wars is going to carry a huge name, right? Like as an example, I don't mind Star Wars. I'm not a huge Star Wars fan, but I love Lord of the Rings. I do. And I played New World. I didn't like how Amazon Gaming Studio handled New World. I think it was one of the most mismanaged MMOs of all time. But because they were working on the Lord of the Rings MMO, I still would have given it a shot. Like heart of hearts, I can say that I wasn't going to, but I know I was going to. That's just how much of a nerd I am for Lord of the Rings. And so a lot of people are that way for Star Wars. And so if they see a Star Wars game, they're going to try it. People tried it during the beta, and they're like, this doesn't really feel like an MMO. It doesn't feel like it's massively multiplayer online. It feels like a lot of the storylines and quests, it's very solo player focused. It's the antithesis of the genre. Like this was one of the issues that they had in the beta. And when the game did release, it did release to over 1.7 million subscribers. They had a lot of people sign up for the game because of the Star Wars name. But the issues from beta still persisted because the development team didn't focus on what they should have. They didn't focus on making something more immersive. And although there is there's kind of a cult following with Star Wars: The Old Republic, I think a lot of people would agree that some of the stuff that they had was there since the beginning, and the development team never really made anything better. Another example, which is very near and dear to my heart, is The Elder Scrolls Online. The Elder Scrolls Online released way back in 2014, and their issue was performance-based. A lot of issues popped up in their beta. If you go back and you look at 2014 trailers, it was sold as a massively multiplayer online war area where players would be battling in large-scale battles over Cyrodiil. Obviously, it carried a lot of name recognition because it's an Elder Scrolls Online game turned MMO, which is, obviously it's not the same genre as the other Elder Scrolls games, but a lot of players are going to try it out. It suffered from terrible performance, horrible performance, and a lot of people brought that up in the beta, like, hey, you're going to have issues with the game because literally, it just doesn't work when you start getting a lot of people in the same area. And, we're in 2025, it's 11 years later, and the Elder Scrolls Online still suffers from these issues. They've had performance issues on their game since day one, and it hasn't really gotten better. They've tried to analyze things, it's just their base code never really improved and never really got better. Now, is that the developer's fault? Is it the underlying game's fault? Whatever. I'm not here to tell you who I think the issue with this was. Regardless, this was an issue that popped up during the beta that was never fixed. And because it was never fixed, it led to lots of issues at launch and lots of issues over the last decade where, although some people like myself really, really enjoyed the game, the performance just pushed a lot of people away. It just didn't work well enough to a point to where it could be good. And this is my current issue with where Ashes of Creation is at, because I do think eventually they're going to get their servers up and running, but I've been so beaten by my last favorite MMO, I've suffered from performance issues, that until Ashes has good performance, this is going to stick in the back of my head. Like, hey, like if this doesn't get fixed, I already know what path this is going to go down. I'm not going to jump on this ride again, you know, like, and so I'm here testing, and I'm like, I hope they get this fixed. Like I hope this is something that they get fixed in a decent amount of time, because the idea of large-scale PvP battles is fun, but it's not fun if the game doesn't work. And so, obviously, neither one of these development teams or the game in general were able to fix these core issues long-term on what happened with what they had. And so, the last one I wanted to bring up was Throne and Liberty, because I've covered this quite a bit. I was watching Throne and Liberty during their beta process, and they went through a lot of issues. I watched some closed beta content illegally. I had a couple friends share with me their screen while they played the closed beta. Participated in the open beta a little bit, watched a lot of content on the open beta. Basically, every big MMORPG YouTuber covered Throne and Liberty because it was a huge release. The game's been cooking at that point for 11, 12 years of development, which is already a no-no, right? Like you'll see people in comment section saying, you know, if a game takes 10 plus years to develop, I'm not going to play it because it's, you know, it's not good. So I'm not going to touch it for that reason because it took too long. Well, this game was out, you know, at this point in time, it was in development for 11 or 12 years, and people were checking it out. They're like, okay, well, you know, maybe they've developed something really awesome. And they didn't. Beta got a bunch of negative reviews, like a ton of negative reviews about their AFK XP experience, where you like ran around while AFK. Like, people didn't like that. They don't like pay to win, of course, because it's a Korean style MMO. They didn't like the grindy aspect to it because, you know, it's a grindy Korean MMO. And then they also didn't like the combat. The combat was a hybrid. You can obviously play tab target, or you can play the action combat, but all the moves were very ground focused, right? Like when they changed their combat, every single move, like, it didn't feel like it flowed very well. It felt like you were kind of stuck in mud when you're playing, which is a bad feeling for a combat game, right? Like, there's nothing wrong with a tab target game as long as the movement feels good, or a hybrid game as long as the movement feels good. And they didn't nail the movement on Throne and Liberty. The quest lines, the storylines, all of it was bad. Like every single review that I heard just absolutely shit on Throne and Liberty during the beta process. And you guys can go back and you guys can look at these videos yourself, but I didn't see a single positive one, and I was looking for it. And then, you know, the CEO came out and was like, hey, you know, we guys hear your guys' feedback. We're going to improve all this, and we're going to release the game live in Korea in 2 months with all these changes in mind, which sounds ridiculous, right? Like, hey, literally everything's wrong with your game. Everything's wrong with your game, and you're going to somehow magically fix it in 2 months? Doubt, right? Doubt. And so it released in Korea.
Oh, what you doing? Stop that.
Korean key. I got a VPN, and I played the Korean version, and you know, I had a little bit of fun with it. It wasn't great, but it wasn't awful. Perfectly mediocre, in my opinion. But it continued to get just negative reviews from different YouTubers. And once again, justifiably so. I didn't play the end game. A lot of the end game critiques were there. And I remember there's a video from Lazy Peon talking about how had an earnings call, and they literally were talking about all their games and talking about their earnings in the first quarter, and they didn't bring up Throne and Liberty. Now imagine you're talking about all your games, and like your new release should be like your biggest sales one, and on the earnings call you don't even bring it up. Like that is a bad sign that things are not going well. And so closed beta didn't go well, the beta didn't go well, the Korean release did not go well. And then, you know, they outsourced to Amazon Gaming Studios, which obviously has a stellar...
It's heads up, guys. Wish me luck. I want to go to him before he thinks I'm gonna come. Oh yeah! Got it! First try, baby! Yeah! Woo! I still got it! Bye. Gonna leave on a win, because I couldn't play any other games until, like, its stupid ass fucking GeForce got its thing. How do much you could? I am a fan of The Simpsons. I strongly agree. Claim. Equip. Claim. It's a really weird umbrella. Okay, cool. Let's leave. It was a fun game. Close. Yes. Go. Oh, yeah, I'm back here again, huh? Alright. Oh wait, no, I guess I should just do this, yeah, and that, because it's faster, it's a faster ship, and then we can go line to turn around. Close this. Let's go. Close. No. I should approach this and go faster. Go faster. Now cancel it. Align. And then when I get the actual line, I will stop. There. Oh wait, no. I have to go to the cargo container. I'm just gonna go to the cargo container. Fuck it. I need to be at the cargo container with no microwave drive, and I'll just follow that. Please let me out of this. You're not acting right tonight. You're so annoying. Alright, well, go play some Starfield. Ah, finally.
Track record of producing nothing but the finest MMO content, you know, like New World, which is recently ended. Nothing but the finest. They outsource their stuff to Amazon Gaming Studio to release to, you know, the West. And so you look at this and you're like, okay, well, we'll see what happens with this game that literally everybody universally hates. Pay to win, whatever. And so when it came live in America, it got all the most negative reviews that I've ever seen. It's a pay-to-win MMORPG. It's a grindy MMORPG. All of the things that you could imagine being stacked in the deck against Throne and Liberty before a live release happened were stacked against them. And still, they had over 300,000 concurrent players on Steam to try out their game. Keep in mind that they also, you know, the game is open to console, and so they probably had more like 400 to 500,000 concurrent players during the live release of Throne and Liberty. Now, did Throne and Liberty succeed? No, they did not, because it wasn't a good game at all. It was not a good game. But the game was free. And so a lot of players are like, you know, I see all these bad reviews. I see that a lot of people are shitting on this game, but it's free. I'm going to try it anyways. Maybe I'll like it. Maybe I will like it for free. And then when you look at Ashes of Creation, when Ashes of Creation is going to release, no, it's not going to be free, but it's a $15 subscription for 1 month. And so it's not like, free, wow, but it's not a $50, $60, $70 box cost. It's $15 to try it, which, you know, is the next best step above free. And so Throne and Liberty did not succeed. They still had the same issues that they always had. It was a grindy MMO. The storyline wasn't very good. The combat felt very clunky. They had all the same issues that happened during the beta, still made it to the live, you know, release to America and the rest of the world. but they still had a chance to gain an audience. They still had a chance with fixes, with listening to the player base. They garnered enough players on opening day in those opening couple of weeks that they came out and they tried it anyways. And so when I see all these games, the success stories and the failures that I highlighted, it all comes down to this for me. Like we could cherry pick, you know, different game types and all that, and that's not what I'm trying to do in this video, of course. I narrow it down to, did the developers iterate and improve on the feedback that they received, or did they not? And so if they had net issues and there was performance issues and there was issues with their solo play, gameplay and whatnot, did they make the game better?
won a Fortnite
Because
match.
clearly what we've seen, or what I've tried to show you, is if there's not a death sentence for live release, there's not a death sentence for an alpha or beta 1 or beta 2 release. It's just not going to happen. The only thing that matters is if the development team is listening to the player base and they make something that's fun. Because once again, players do not play games based off of reviews. They play games based whether or not of, am I going to have fun playing this or not?
Somebody's hit this.
Ashley Creation very well could get review bombed on December 11th.
Yeah, somebody
Like,
ran
things
this.
could go
I better
poorly
go
right
back.
away. You could have a bunch of haters sign up, you know, wanting to spend $50 to shit on a game. You know, it kind of reminds me of the people that will buy like a jersey to burn it in protest. Like, brother, you already bought the jersey. Like, they don't give a shit. Like you're putting money in their pockets to complain, but you could have just not put money in their pockets. There will absolutely be people that hate Ashes of Creation that will buy the $50 key just to hate on it. But it's like, you supported the game. Like you supported the game monetarily. If you hate the game, like, let capitalism work and don't support it monetarily. It just doesn't make, I'm sorry, it just doesn't make any sense. Something I'm gonna bring up in a later video. But regardless, it all jumps down to the development team. Do you believe in the development team to make a better game or not? And if you can believe in them, even with bad reviews, the game can get better over time, and it can get improved upon, and it can get iterated upon. If you don't believe that they're going to make changes, if you don't believe that the development team listens to the players and they're going to make a better game, they're probably not, and it's probably just going to suck. You know, you're going to go the way of the Elder Scrolls Online.
That game looks like it sucks. It looks like it sucks worse than Guild Wars 1. They're also getting way worse at, like, tricking us. It used to be they'd, like, get you in the door with something that looked fucking amazing, like Crysis. Remember Crysis? Or, I don't know, something that just seemed amazing when you played it. Super Mario World or whatever. And very rarely did it live up to it like Super Mario World. It would just, you know... Or, I don't know, what's another good one that really, really just knocked it out of the park that we all kind of expected to? Like, Final Fantasy VII. And so, like, and they would get you in the door. 7 was full 3D. Well, I mean, not full 3D, but it was like 3D, which was like a big deal for the Super Nintendo age. So we really were, like, you know, anticipating Final Fantasy, because we were like, just like we were anticipating the 7 remake, and then they lied. And it was the graphics were a gimmick to get us in the door, but they didn't make a good 7 remake at all. It needed to be line for line exactly what the previous game was, just full voice, just remastered, better 3D rooms, but it didn't have to be that crazy. And no, we got that weird abomination that they made. And that jaded me towards 15, 16. Now I don't play those games. Sometimes I think about playing Final Fantasy 15 like a survival game. Put it on super hard difficulty or whatever.
Or, you know, another game like thrown in the...
They've patched 15 all the way the farthest they possibly could. I should play the patched version, I think.
That has failed because, you know,
the music's super good.
They didn't iterate on the systems that they've had. Now, does this mean that those games are necessarily dead? No. Like I tried to explain in this video, no MMORPG really ever dies. Like if ESO all of a sudden came out with new...
Talk to me about that, about New World in a couple of years. Although we don't know. We don't know what's going to happen in New World. If they were smart, they would sell it to somebody who's competent. Like Blizzard. Sell Blizzard New World. Let their WoW team take a hack at fucking New World and fix the game. Let them put gliding and flying in it. And you know, do all the stuff that you just didn't do. Swimming, gliding, better mounts. Sell New World to Blizzard, Amazon. You're dumb. They could actually really fix it. They could bifurcate their team a bit and just make New World the WoW sequel we need while they make WoW 2.
Well, Catalyst is out, and there's been many deaths, many kills. So it's time once again for another episode of Fix Your Fits. And this time, it's Catalyst Edition. Let's dive in and see what you've lost, what you've gained. Ladies and gentlemen, Loru here, digital advertiser, content creator, and even enjoyer for the better part of 10 years now. And there's already been a lot of deaths, a lot of kills. Let's see what y'all have lost. We'll start with the big ones. Have there been Venture Consortium deaths yet? Are there Venture Consortium deaths? I'm very intrigued by that. There has. What was the first one? It's this guy. Test Alliance got him. This dude is the first ever. It's a PvP Venture Consortium. It was killed by a daggum Kikimora. Let's go. So PvP Venture Consortium in Null. I gotta tell you, this kind of screams like it's, you know, like it might have been on purpose, you know, was it? I kind of want to look for like a mining bro. Now we're talking. What is bro doing? Okay, so this is actually a perfect, this is why I wanted to do this. Oh, this is the fit. So let's see if we can fix this fit. Let's see about this chat. This is actually exactly what I wanted to do because this is the #1 thing I was afraid of with these when we were seeing all of the stuff. All right, the Kiki sneezed on it and it just died. So this venture is like tanked out. Where was it? We always start with where. Where did this guy die? He's in Pochfin. Ugh. Don't. Okay, come on now. You're in Pochfin with a ship with no warp core stab. The first thing that's a problem with this is that you're in Pochfin, one of the most dangerous areas of space, and you don't have a warp core stab. I know it's a venture. It doesn't matter. You still need something, so that's the first one. You want a warp core stab. The second problem with this ship gets roll bonuses to active heals, but it's still made of paper. 2800 EHP. What ship killed this? A daggum Eris with blasters. So and the venture died. Okay, so even though this is a good point for the newer players, just because a ship has a roll bonus for a module doesn't mean you have to fit it. Okay, you have to fit your ship based on where you're going and what you're doing. This is a mining ship that is not going to survive no matter how much tank you have on her. So this kind of like, this is interesting. He's got a medium ANSI shield booster. So he's got a cruiser level shield heal on a venture. So he's just like, I won't die. He still died. Still got popped by a bubble ship. A good plus. He's got the cruiser level afterburner. This is good because you do go nice and fast and you can get out of that bubble, but it wasn't enough. So what could he have done? Let's see this. We're going to take off the shield heal. I do agree with this chipset being there. This being Tech 2 is interesting. The overclocker, we're going to take that off for now. The core defense extender. This is the biggest no-no on a venture.
Let's see. This is a good video. I'm going to get off it. I like Laura, but I don't think he's that good at fitting.
Well, Jeffrey Epstein is back in the news. The United States government released over 23,000 documents related to him, most of them emails, letters, and court depositions. I looked through all of them, and these are the 25 most interesting things that I found in them. The first is that Jeffrey Epstein and the people around him frequently alluded to having some kind of dirt on President Donald Trump. The emails span from before he first became president to 2019 when Jeffrey Epstein died. This document from 2011 is an email from Jeffrey Epstein to Ghislaine Maxwell. You can see her name right there, G Max. And Jeffrey Epstein says, I want you to realize that the dog that hasn't barked is Trump. Virginia, meaning Virginia Roberts, spent hours at my house with him. He has never once been mentioned. The police chief had
This guy doesn't know anything more than anybody else knows. I'm gonna get off it.
Should have you inspected for a concussion when we return to the ship.
So cool looking. Star Wars shit, I swear to God. The gravity is a bit much for this jetpack to reach that high. Bumped. I don't know if I can do this, but I'm gonna try.
Where the hell are you?
Yeah! I got up it. Feels good. My guys are like storming in downstairs. Oh God, stop. I'm gonna pay attention to this for a moment. Oh, that's not too good. I think I froze. Fuck. This like glitched. God damn it. And I lost a 10-minute load. Fuck. I don't know if I saved at the top of that thing, and I have to do it again. Oh yeah, the Black Friday sale. Let's go look at that. Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 3, Sekiro. Dark Souls Remastered is $20. That might be pretty fun to do. Oblivion Remastered is $33. And those are the ones on my wish list, yeah. $10 for the Master Chief Collection, but it's like,
Hoskio needs help. Specific Chuma needs help.